There they both are, two identical shoes like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you... Good, they're balanced, comfy, feel...
Hello again, sweetie. Yes, dear.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? Of course. What can I help you with? Of course. Where to? Oh, that's right.
Even all the way over here, there's a...
What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really. The harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably. Just coast. There's a leak. It's just water. No, actually, no problem. Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just okay. Me? I am just a gardener. I am working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done. Well, as you already know...
Don't worry, miss.
Salts? Ammonium salts? Perhaps useful for later.
Of course.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of...
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong, but you see, I'm an officer of the RCM.
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I haven't learned anything I didn't.
The lieutenant exhales and
Whatever you say, officers.
he smells of heavy motor oils and his breath of high tar content cigarettes. Probably
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the... So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superior. The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too. They're on the precipice.
cultural victory. What is this then?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chanson? It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring. Go right ahead. You may be a cop.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi's stern expression remains unchanged. Not a lot of moral fiber on this one yet, he thinks, wriggled out of it.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so the strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so. Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
Yes?
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine. You need a bag, I guess. We used to have... Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of parties. No, sorry.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
Saint Baptiste, you know, Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals, the one that sells meds.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost... You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath the packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry.
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only...
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult. A colourful display of the bottles wink at you in the light. The smoke there, in that dark green glass. All in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know. The pale aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong. You know. I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Use medication, like Nosifed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of...
No, Frit only sells legal drugs. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look...
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? A 7 to 11 grocery store? I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got like...
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you. She pops her raspberry flavor, her shoulders tense. She shuffles back. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really...
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around.
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality? You mean...
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. Yeah, that's why I'm working my arse off in Frit. So I guess I don't know. What about it? When ordinary people take over the government and, demands democracy. Yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Sorry, our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article. Cool.
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us... Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a grantor of...
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead? Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him, then press the button to unlock the door, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not yet, no. He's... sure. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to take.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike too. Just cut.
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to...
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Rights of people. Right.
His manner of speaking is wooden. The tone of voice bland and uninspired. Almost.
Maybe you should ask them the questions.
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful. Not toys for corporate interest. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis.
I have a question.
What you think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because when a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to beat me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question. Silence is the answer. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs. He seems a more brutal, cunning, and suspicious person. Just a hunch.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in pity.
Let us! We were promised work. We'd be in there, working. If the main gate's locked, would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty of criminal shit. They have that look.
It would be better for the neighborhood.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded.
Stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers. The driver has adorned his space with a large metal pendant hangs from the rear view. It is a seal of Royalist-era Revachol. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a lot
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Rita, smoking nervously, hoping it's over. Stands in the middle of the traffic island. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III." As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations. Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't see it, but well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution, but the statue is recently renovated. Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy. And the stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into, he called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremony. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the raw cocaine. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics, and thought those critics might have it wrong though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him, in not that he ever did in life either. The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along, the photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. No response wherever this...
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Why? I just told you why.
The woman still...
Yes? Yes?
Looking for something?
Right to work!
Nobody betrays.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Are you admiring? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Am Sandwich. You are not in danger. That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. Yes, Al-Ghul.
He means alcohol.
Correct, my small skull servant. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison, a parasitic fungus.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
Servitude to Al-Ghul does not explain everything. There are other...
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far you gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But you will be super...
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach.
Enough with this begging. You should leave this. Bring your troops to the Semenine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul. Your beloved.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. Well, not as such. What you do with a mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital, something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Of course you are, Revacholian man. The failure of communism to challenge the world order is the core of your race fate. All around you, the fruits of its defeat. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted disease. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music? Stop explaining yourself. No one cares about your beliefs. The conversation has moved on. Of course it does. You are a degenerate individualist and a rock and roll rebel. A pawn of internet. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race. I can see that. The Seminese are the South Island race. Haplogroup A4A. The rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. We are the future. That I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminese women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on good.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be too.
That will be the
There always is.
Race is reality. Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell at a red. He must think redheads are immigrants.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his air...
That atavistic stigmatum makes pussy say yes, plenty.
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbors.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailorite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartori. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats. You know them by the names of their nation-states. The Oranese, the Gotwal.
Mahun is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema. In some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century. You might want to avoid wooden
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a hero overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brain, as proven by the Maun and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran.
Wait, didn't Ilmaran desert pygmies invent alcohol and get pillaged?
No, those were scimitar-wielding race losers of Sahrawa, Izzet, and Bashir, with their himmies.
Jean, baby, you're on fire.
I know, babe. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite, or Sim. Type B are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitor.
The Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white officer in a suspect description.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are often... Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural The Khoiko The countless micronationalities of Grad are all inexplicably obsessed with potard. The only thing...
Wouldn't he be 4 ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Seminole Areopagite superstate will cover the entire... Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Simeni Revacholians, halfway between type A and racial cauldron.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zarath-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Khoico to the Occidentals. But not sexually. Enough of Tibet mediocre tips. The F are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. Only the mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor.
It seems unlikely that 2 human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic feel. Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not. The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Simonese. This will never happen. The Simonese and the Khoico may have similar interbreeding problems as the mosquito, but enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the... You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone. You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss. There is nothing fun. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vacholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease? The unpromising race pupil returns.
Yes?
for something?
Before you stands vapor emanate. This must be the infernal machine that toy. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you. The frequency tab, the soft purr.
This is precinct.
Hello, Alice. Please.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident.
This is Officer Alice Demet.
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio station is.
It will take...
Her voice is...
Gottlieb.
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, what else? I'm not a brain doctor.
It's hard to say if he does.
Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has... Who? You are? You lost your human visage a while back. Now let's get on with it. And you survived it. Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers, what? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eye...
It's not fucking cryo-actylatte. It's...
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5.
The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your... 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received. This is a very...
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and need...
He what? He lost his badge?
Who lost his badge?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He says this as probably a...
Oh goddamn it! Is he fucking kidding? The
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you made...
Mullen dicked us.
He's asking you to stop.
Of course it's serious.
Satellite Officer Vikmar concurs. Losing your badge is... 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a...
Fuck me! Mac, come here! You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge. Lost a badge.
He asks you to please stop saying...
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Person was wondering if you found your...
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like...
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for... 10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask.
Sergeant Orson wants to know.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where... Okay, it's gone.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets screwed.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or he's...
Ask him to describe it. His gun.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
He says it's just a... Sounds like he's been...
Detective Mullen has done it again. Where's my gun?
Dear God, he lost his gun. Oh, this isn't really a...
Mac can face a giant of Coco Noor by himself. But...
Oh, I can't.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over. That's a negative.
What's he saying?
He,
The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffles at the captain's birthday party. Some nerve he's got.
Sure her vanilla waffles were the only thing he ate?
Shut up, Chester. This isn't funny. Tell him to apologize.
Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about his mother. He says he's sorry.
Okay.
Tell him to find his goddamn badge and...
Satellite officer... I'm going to report that you are in pursuit.
In pursuit of his...
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. Okay.
Wait, before you say anything stupid, be smart about this.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question.
What? What is it?
He wants to verify...
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian...
Tell him to stop waiting.
What do you need, sir? Over. 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner.
What? What is it? What can
he... He seems intoxicated.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
10. Excuse me, sir? No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning... 10-4.
Does he actually want something?
He asked if he ever told me about his days.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to...
Sir, satellite officer... So, was there anything? That's a negative, sir. I got it. Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4. Come in. Roger that. 10...
This is Precinct 57. Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received.
Give it a minute.
Officer? Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly?
Why not?
Let's just say I left because... What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't...
God, why can't you just mind your own business?
I already said I don't want to talk about it. No, not me. No, sorry, I don't. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again.
So the union has a phone, and...
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a...
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The union would, you know... What the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers' union.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. Yeah, go on. Yes, I know who you are.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before...
Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform...
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you...
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them. You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out. I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains."
Me neither.
There is silence on the other end.
No, please, no more.
There are way more inventive ways than a gun to leave this.
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, "It almost looked like you pawned it." But believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any... I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the...
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me... The stuffed bird. The great skua. You threw it... I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. Well, you were worse than all of them. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept... We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. And then you screamed something about how you're actually a real cool guy, and no one understands it. One of the coolest guys there. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage down... I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to... The ones I had... Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them, not mine.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it... Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him.
There's a pause.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left with... Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something. All sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock. Yes, that's the one you like to sing along to.
Interesting. You still have to find a copy though, before you can blast it. You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
As always, it's DJ Mesh and Felicio, and you're listening to Street Freaks FM.
A flock of seagulls takes off nearby. Right away, the loop.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line. Oh, is that what it was called?
Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Souped up motor carriage for one back.
God damn it! Look, It helps me to stay alert on long nights, okay? It's a method. I'm not some kind of speed freak or... You would be too if you had this motor carriage. But seriously, let's quit joking around, alright? We have a case to investigate.
This is Precinct 57. 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of a metallic drawer.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not...
The pry bar feels useful for opening all sorts of doors. The handles are long. You can do good work. It's robust. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook. The white suede, your fingers waste no time closing around the handle. Clutch disengaged. You feel an uninterrupted connection to the mechanics. After a while, you realize silence is your... Of course it's only in your head. Of course it is. But the smell of freshly treated leather. I'm good. Cherished and cared for at the bottom of the sea. So strange. The machine is not on the bottom of the sea at all. The handle is pulled back. Somewhere deep inside the drivetrain, the disc is in the cabin. You see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out tool. As you tap on the gauge,
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't...
Translation. We're not going... Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes. Guess what's yours? Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? What? Jealous of the sorry cop? They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, liquid shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this. That won't happen. Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out...
Yes?
A gander and a hunter and
a simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oil.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here round.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week. So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over...
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but...
Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much and the hours are long.
The RCM is a self-managing organization that operates on donations. We promote our own leaders. It would be like striking against your own mother. Yes, but do continue.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really us lorry drivers. Cam, your nurse. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psych...
Ask for his conclusion.
Nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms...
Relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy, not unless they've illegalized sports equipment. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in
a motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks rough.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell
Books? Postcards? Easy. Even a kid would know all of this.
Yes, that's exactly it. You got it, sir. What about board games? Okay, sir. This was all... Okay, sir. I'll try to answer. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is placed. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime... Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed. Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. Exactly. But we've been doing fine. They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses. Of course, sir. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that. And the work of a policeman or a private detective is exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine danger. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. What's that mean? And everything's better now, sir? Why is that? Oh, okay. I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen. Head?
No, your mind. Not head, child. Heads.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books. It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. Yes.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your...
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. These are not very common. You can't... Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady... That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like a... Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone... Maybe some about other books? Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Why would they do that, sir? That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. Standing over a dead body, holding a gun.
The girl keeps her hands folded.
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you. With little, she brings out her...
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intense.
Because you usually aren't. I sure hope you are.
There she stands, swaying. There's something you're missing. You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring rows and rows of Heimdall men blur your vision. You make out maybe 100? Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Nothing of interest. Only silence.
Oh, man from Heimdall. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those. What does it matter? They're all. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdallaman.
The display rack is brimming. A small mountain of colorful board game, an endless variety of source books. There's also a large hardbound books in a board game section. There's a box that says, Wirral. That price is steep.
Wonderful board games. So, Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children. Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's as lousy auras there. No, I've heard they turn people into... Welcome to Crime Romance. Be welcome. And I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she's wonderful. Did you talk to... Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking? Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper my precious. Her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. God. I've told her not to do that. It's such... She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called...
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands. She's looking for one.
Oh, no. Hold on. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. It's a proper place to live. One of the most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity. He made the initial investment.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted...
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. I'm sorry. I'm sure you... She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance...
And hell freezes over? Never mind. The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she...
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go! Go! Get back there. Everything is on the shelves. Take a...
She smiles and nods. These shelves are overburdened with... A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Crime fiction is a These books greatly overstate it. What's more, they completely... Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officers. You see Dick Mullen on the job. A killing is declared. Dick Owner turns out he fated to solve a case. Yes, there's also the dame who did tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with... After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders. Even you're a police officer, apparently.
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of The plaque on the shelf reads, browsing through all the suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. High-Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest. Next to Irv's life story, you see us next to that, Rivasholian radio personality, Guillaume Bevy.
I really must insist you buy one of the... I'm sorry, I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of a very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to... The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings, perhaps for a layman, deep analysis...
Do her words seem vague and...
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an...
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. This bookstore is not strictly amidst the various books. These three things, the point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people, it serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind wholeness, unity, balance, on the other, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then the book features chapters on topics such as how to... There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of...
Sir? I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and...
Several maps have been... The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda. This large map displays archipelagos, Ozon, Laurenta, disintegrating. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou. In a book, you can. On Caillou, 850 million people live. The ocean breaks up connections to other... You have little idea. Perhaps they are gods. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. To the east, rolling hillside, Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not you feel you're just... It's not real. Still, it's deep.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of my... They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map from when some design studio people...
The place does not look like a successful...
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad...
You peek at the store. You're now the proud owner of a... The worn map features the patchwork grid of your finger move, finally.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
You see a...
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the book.
She speaks almost as oddly enough. The more she tries to draw you see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from. This is a traditional Semini inhabitants, aside from poking at it. Just as you're a.
Sir, don't touch that. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now, why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I am sorry, I don't mean to be so
The curtains do seem frail suddenly.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. No! Please just talk to me.
Talking is always good. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture.
I warned you.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds. Only an echo. No one. A hollowed-out, dark echo. A heavy door with a missing... A heavy door.
I wasn't kidding when I said we're parapsychologically done. You clearly don't care about the consequences. What gives you the right? Don't expect my help from now on. The back door is locked, and I do look at the books, though.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't.
Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there. Maybe. It's the hat Dick Mullen wears all the time. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is...
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I used to stand out there all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Apologising to everyone. Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. No, you...
Party eyes. Yes, of course.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. Good thing she didn't say party eye. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I didn't know I had to do that. I'm glad I could help you, sir. Hi, Ace Detective.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot, the metal feels cold and wet under your palm. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out "That's Kuno" on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. You know this to be the star of Perikanasi. Around the large wooden building you see
probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruining a coin-operated viewer. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in 49, a design studio. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Everard Clare, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar. Your money disappears into the coins. The curtains on the display open. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into... It looks as if it was a...
Really? I don't have the eyesight. Really? I don't...
Life? I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let...
Have you no shame? Whining about your backyard.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of...
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my con...
These manly men are playing balls. This is a... No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
See? You're munching and complaining of...
Could the objective of the game...
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is...
I hope you pass out from it. You're
trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point. Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. There, doesn't matter what team. Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky. This felt wrong.
Mon Dieu! Good.
There are no two more harmful words an athlete can hear than good job. Your muscle memory knew what to do and went for it. But there were gaps. It felt like you were going for a thrust or a lunge.
Have you no shame?
René,
I'm trying.
These manly men are That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Merde! What?
Hey, it wasn't whorehouse of...
What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 pool. No, you don't.
Take it easy, René.
Of course there's harm done. You are in good. Mistakes are forgiven.
Yes, why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting in Martinez. The cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with...
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. But you must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Really, officer. Much and every gender equality is a very noble, very modern idea. But in real life, primal roles prevail. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. Yes. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose a name to feel special. Senseless sentiment. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those...
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They let the fire of hell on this. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but not...
Well, it's your own damn fault. You
don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
No, they don't. But I'm sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting rabid commies, boiling cats for... I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume writ instead. All that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. For this is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to... It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Damn Fricel. He was the king we couldn't protect.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting
a true king in both blood and mind. Let Reva shall...
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking.
This was Rennie the king! As ever... It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. Ah, yes!
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgent... A nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why...
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The carabinier doesn't reply.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline...
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity of vision. To aid in their work. Regnum cocainum. Revaschol's finest years.
Of course. Clarity of vision.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she...
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... but I don't want to get into the... Right.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there. Oh, yeah. Like, look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on you. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't... Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Because of the taxes. G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol? You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. 98% of all your money. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and... Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free... This Postlavantore mail, a faint sticker on the side reads, RCM emergencies. The box seems happy. Eat shit, pig. Fucked by the coon. And St. G with a crown. Have the mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankful even. So do you. There is a hollow. Your toe has suffered damage.
Cool.
He does not actually think it's cool. If anything, the lieutenant feels sorry for...
I don't. Let's go.
The worn and beaten wooden...
We can...
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons, lists, and off-key...
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the...
A single beep indicates that you ring the doorbell. What an ominous name for a hairstyle. All you hear is static. You ring the doorbell, but you wait for a minute. Looks like someone has melted. You hear static from the intercom speak. You can almost hear...
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial.
She sounds almost antique. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list. The lieutenant... She must be mistaken. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. Ever since
A spot of static.
It's so nice to be able to...
She sounds like she's about to... She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves. Wash another seagull.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop playing with this.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. All right. Maybe not. There's a light. There's the static.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax.
It's you.
Wait. Is she...
Michelle, just... Why did you even call?
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone.
Ever since I came to... As if my...
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant. Her sound melts into the... This is where you hung up the call the last time. But the phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and no one replies. But the static grows... Her words are too cold to comprehend. She
So... It was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? I don't have time to explain it to you right now. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our show...
That is true. Silence. No one's home. Silence. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't. Silence. No one answers your call. This button looks new, but...
This button looks...
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 38, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative This trash container is just your fingers start to itch.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carried, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the world.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
Kuno's got this!
If there ever was such a thing.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Love it in the dick!
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free. The kid is obviously high.
Fuck that! The rake! You should throw
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
We shouldn't do it. You will see.
The language these kids are using. Pure unfettered id.
Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that
Fast. This kid has got street smarts.
Alright, entertain the Kuno.
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third person.
Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his... Help! Pig's got...
Help! He's got the...
Everyone can hear. You need to get...
Help! He's...
Escalate, Kuno!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody please...
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense.
Help! He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late! Fucking logical! No!
The nearly psychopathic way they could slip in.
No one?
Help! The pig's gagging him!
You put him up to this yourself.
Listen to your friend. Kuno owns the fat ass. Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno!
Thump. The bloke Kuno feel.
Officer, this is...
Okay, pig. Kuno knows to respect that violent shit.
The creature behind the fence has...
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want? You're dreaming, pig.
A little.
Don't let him dominate you, Kuno! Fuck his fat ass!
Shitload, pig.
Don't tell the pig!
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for...
He's trying to hide the fact.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that... You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno... I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or... I don't know.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can...
Just a couple of pigs.
Yeah, you tell the fag...
You're testing Kuno.
Get lost,
The fuck about it? You're testing...
Get lost,
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't...
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked, maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes. 2. Standard work boot. 3. Hobnailed work boot. 4. Standard work boot. No, you don't know. 5. Another 6. An aberration, impossible to tell. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world. 7. The glowing. 8. And yet another step.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? A week, maybe?
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Revachol. 7.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state.
A woman or a kid? Understood. 200?
He might be right. 200 kilo...
Possibly.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. You have a point there. Anyway, a woman? Oh, okay.
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Understood. Any interesting? Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor? No, it's not. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before... We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as... What do I think? Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a...
Indeed. They all stood in a row here. Yes, everything fits so well. The lieutenant's...
Either way. What else?
The corpse looks at you with bulb. You seem to be hot. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears...
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in... Too late, until a pool of the smell of Commodore Red.
Keep it. The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used some. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in...
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
The pig's getting... Looks like it's time for me to go. I'm going away for it.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Stay away from... I'll die before I come from the woods. Good.
Don't be traumatized.
I'll die before I... What's this?
Get the fuck...
So it's a girl.
I'll die before I... Murder? I'll die before... You don't want to fuck with...
You can still see...
I'll die before...
an inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because it's nice rhythmic pattern, it's nothing. Someone just left some roof. Glad you asked. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite, you see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plant. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right and then accelerated straight. The driver proceeded to back out before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor... I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic.
You could follow the track south.
Hello again, sweetie.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway well. Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. What happened, man? Get your drink on. The worker is in a deep slumber. The worker continues to nap, undisturbed despite you shaking him.
Real mature, man.
Damn, your feet thought we got away.
You know what? The stupid drinks you've had are on the house. Now, I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window. Not entirely cool. You still owe me 100 rand. Now, what the hell did you want? I assume you wanted something to come back here. Wait, what? But yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with it broke. You broke the skewer!
I assure you it...
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer? I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even...
A tender type of hope.
Alright. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me? Really? Thanks, I guess.
We were sort of hoping there would be a gun. An expensive...
Mine?
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why.
I thought as much.
Well, yes.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something prod at him and find out.
What do you need?
It concerns the case.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly type.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. We don't. We have to wait.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting. They probably fucking killed that guy.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire.
Another thing? Yes. Yes. Have you got it? A lot. Like what? Do I have a shaker?
It's not a shaker.
Am I wearing a little bow? Am I smiling? Do you see me That's right. I'm the captain.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help.
Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Your body is ready. By the way, where is home? But you've been at this hostel cafeteria. You don't really know, do you? South, maybe. Doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run. Entertain the thought when you get the time. A thin man is smoking as you step in. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please. The man puts his cup down and replies something. He smiles. It's almost like music. Especially. The man ponders his. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent, the cobalt blue, old cobalt. It leads to a side. The door does not.
You do?
The winch. Outside. In the backyard. Remember? No? You're... It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Can I help you?
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles.
You must be joking. Although our paid...
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you...
Interesting idea. This Everard sounds powerful. Try to force a tear out of your duct. Really rip into the hole...
Officer, get a hold of yourself, please.
Sweetie, I'm sorry, but I think you need more help. Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
The door is closed. There is no... You hear the shout. Still, no. Still, the lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Kim also tries not to look at the man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape and not to send.
I can see that.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every...
The window stands broke. The morning light hurt. The worker isn't it?
Hello again, officer. Sure. Go easy on that stuff.
There he still is, looking right through you. There he still is.
Active decay.
There he still is, looking right. There he still is.
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Yes?
There he still is. There he still is. Look, the ammonia only makes it worse. The combination, the second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now. I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder. No, this is a two-man assignment because you need to get your shit together. No, it's not, officer. Then the world will turn away from you and leave you behind. No, you will get your shit together.
For a moment, the hanged man...
Bitch fight, see?
Bitch is about to...
We should go and do something else. Give it half an hour.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet.
Yes?
There he still is.
Hello again.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the... The tear machine stands.
No. You need tear to... Is this about...
She looks up.
Yes. What we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go take a...
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, here.
stars Raiko, one of the finest gym. Not many people out.
Estache Raiko KK2.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue. The colors of...
That's, well, yes. They said it was an honor killing. Hussar style.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest.
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like this before actually examining the body. But my initial... Is that so, officer? People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. 4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are
Yes, detective? Okay. I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this.
The woman still has no response. An old...
Hello again, my man. Huh? The bosses, man. Makes sense. It sucks is what it does.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone. There are clothes.
Don't be shy. These are...
Save the economy.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Look around, officer. You see, is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? I can't go extinct, officer. I've got kids to feed. Once an economy...
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded. The box smells like cat piss.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand. 5 seconds.
Something cold, great.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir. Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
You see two lowly.
I can see you with
a pair of
those sneakers, mister.
Only fun ultra. Wear them. These ones is
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Then look at them again. These... No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you. Well, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the... If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too...
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first. You see a Samaran. The name, Sile.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool. The goods are... You're very cool.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
What? No finger pistols, officer? Pew pew!
The lieutenant.
You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers. Good joke, officer.
You glance around at the...
It's beautiful. Beautiful, Freed.
It is, yes.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why...
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect...
My man, officer, you make all this...
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Hyper cool. No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already...
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. Anything for you. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook?
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears.
It is. Practically free. No problem here, officer.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
What?
A convincing performance. Bravo.
Look, officer. I'm just a retailer.
Interesting.
Me? It's a boring story, officer.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samoa. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the sea...
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the apricot, that's so cool, officer. Speaking of...
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there.
Oh, okay. An investment? What kind of investment? I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here? Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Corruption.
There's a pile of cheap
You like sunglasses, officer?
Abort. These are...
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret...
It's going to be...
No, you are definitely not buying those. No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine.
These are all boring. Those UV stickers are...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super... Oh, very interesting.
This is how a sea... Alright, but these actually make...
Wow, officer! And they can be yours for a mere...
The lieutenant tilts it.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits the light pole. This would make quite a...
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well. One, especially, just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. If police work means playing tapes, absolutely. I've tested.
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
The stuff I record myself.
Maybe you should ditch music. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic...
Oh, that's the headless phone ride. The headless phone rider. 50 cents. Bargain price.
He lost his cap when he lost his head. Perhaps he's...
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky?
Big men on big horses.
I used to be very serious about my Franco.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and...
This is what the loyalists look like, yes, at first.
Which ones? Ah, those.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look...
You're probably talking about the... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. I don't like either set very much. It's not often that I see. What can I do for you? I haven't had any problems.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me...
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've... The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon. She didn't seem like a policeman. Although, truth be told...
Right, so, let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? Yeah, it's not good. I do hope.
My apologies.
A needle in a haystack.
Of course.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement, a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
How would I know? Rolodon is just something I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade.
He's taken for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities.
The People's Pile was the type you particle decay generator that failed, a primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy. Needless to say, an emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe.
We were an all-volunteer force.
On the patch, gamma radiation line.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. There's a reason why everyone... So much disappointment. And early no ones. A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor. The cleanup happened 15 years ago. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. I like the theory more than the story.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Have you tried it?
The lieutenant steps up. He won't be your knock. But he won't be thrilled about this either.
Here you go, man. Of course. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Another time, perhaps. I doubt it, but I do my best.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Sure thing. Sure, man.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man, smells like worn cotton, and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy. Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar. A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far. Most people don't think that the man from Helmdale really... I mean, even if the man from
Okay.
You sound skeptical. Besides, I've been to Kotla.
It's for the best, because his theory isn't exactly...
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I sympathize, I do. But this is a for-profit enterprise. Welcome to Helmdale. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you. Sure. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time.
A couple of indicator lights are missing. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. You pull the lever all the way up until nothing happens. Nothing happens. The spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality? You pull the lever all the way up. Nothing happened. The spring brings... Wasn't there a...
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old...
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a...
Very good stuff. Anything I can do? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a water... It's supposed to operate the water... Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes? Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work.
The coast part of the map is inaccessible until the third day.
Well, there's the fishing village, and yeah, not really much else. Sure thing.
It is salty. It is savory.
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Shine on these sunglasses.
The speakers below.
Everything's still cool. You keep coming back.
You find the box smell.
Economical, but all.
The speakers below are banged up and... This trash container is locked. With a don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine. Just the feeling. A warning from some part. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This...
You see milk and egg. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows. The methodology. No. Searching. Good practice for dumpster diving. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Among the threadbare as the legs of
the victim's clothes? Cadaver in odor. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty. Or empty. He wore them with a belt, too. A white. The belt is missing. That's it.
Something slimy, a drab, long-sleeved shirt.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting... Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in...
Kids! You hear that?
See? The lieutenant nodded. It's just organic waste. Cold and slimy. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from there. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue...
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind my asking, how could you have let your paperwork end up in the trash? Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime, and it would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Anyway, where were we?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab.
Wow, an Armistice Caliber 15 is a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? No, you won't, because none of those things are real. They're not actually in. All you see is a broken mug with only in its.
You've acquired an interactable.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it a metaphor? Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do, an aluminium block runs the width of the board. The surface is interrupted by a silvery, looks like an official mark. Made to be, it is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Any capable light with the right wavelength. Yes, RCM vehicles.
This means you can read the watermarks.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight, and once in a while there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files, commit to paper. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter." These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases. What do you mean? Is that all? Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and yes, all caps. One is called The Next World. Others appear more light-hearted. It's going to take an effort to piece these cases.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. It's okay. We all make mistakes.
Like a fan of girls, the notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of card.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM. Right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to... Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages once all the tasks are accomplished. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. The lieutenant looks at his blue. He is not really saying anything.
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand, uncannily similar. Inspect the victims, interview the cafeteria. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry. A satisfying slash. You're a swashbuckler with that pen, Harry. And things to be done and things already.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from... Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41. Why, yes, your precinct number is 40. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB. No, the alphanumeric begins with... Can't you see the sire is tired of these fabrications? RAC is clearly what it says on the case files. These are official documents. There is no arguing with official documents. Fine. It takes about half an hour for you to piece one together. Mr. Raphael, which one do you want? This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, people call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the belles-lettres have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. The case files do not show you. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, Jave, the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world. For in any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter. And aka Leslie and Burke, aka the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear view mirror. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff? Can you keep yourself threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in? It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH, had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to... Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. The officer is also drunk. Way more drunk than Burke there. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure, which is also why the officer responsible... Does that sound like a Raphael something Costo to you, sir? Fine then, you've earned it. It would be very interesting to read about these. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound. Who knows? One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. Yes, as you've said here, insufferable rock and roll. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it and smoked cigarettes and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner, Joseph Mills, was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more. No, he was awful. Awful. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do. Yeah. So anyway, young man in his 20s. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he... Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brains. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying Not much has changed in the meanwhile. Arson, petty, you don't exactly. It takes about. Not much has changed. In the back, you see thin, then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could a dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see yes, all that remains. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse. It's made of dark blue plastic. Something rattles in and something small inside. Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip. Screw. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. It smells a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. Familiar handwriting. A young woman in her 20s. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. Throw it away, please. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind, every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A streetcar. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No. Hold on. To what?
Detective.
There is nothing again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Well, almost nothing. That's me. Blue eyes. That's who was what.
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion, here in the pain, because it's always there.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the old factory system, they call it the apricot chewing.
Yeah, man. Fuck everything. Total blackout forever. Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing. Don't prod at it. There is no Voyager Road. There are no... Yeah, man. What was that about? You think they would let you? until you disintegrate.
Yes.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol?
With greedy gulps, you down half a...
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The ledger of failure and hatred is a special item that can be...
Hey. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building... Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But this conversation isn't really about love. Try to keep up, okay? This is about the communism you've promised to build. Word on the street, you keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets. Literally murder all, oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it? Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Now get to work, comrade. Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. No objections. It's mathematically impossible to... Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one. Okay then, lie down. Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of indirect modes of taxation. Turns out those Financial Oversight Committee gangsters stuffed millions of hard-earned dividends away in the last place anyone thought to look. The hearts and minds of everyday volumetric shit compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a... It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? Understood. You're that. It's just a race, but it will not happen. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of paper without resistance or sound. The two panels move against the words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult. The acidic stench of rotting, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi dis. If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, so you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. Fine, your nose is some. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Lower intestine? Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems? Yes, them, but also women. Women, men of war, you don't like them. They're insane. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important, but the main thing is that stomach truth. You're having a stomach because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. Okay, that sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views. There's a slow, it is one of...
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. Enough.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right.
The dashboard like a leopard. The lights unfold.
There you go. I'll turn them.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp.
There she is.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens. The rectangular watermark is overlaid. You catch a faint glimpse.
Ah, Martinez at night. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and they are divided. The first row has 18, not bad for. The next is the longest. You count 216. The last row, that's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RC.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? Fair point. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around. Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you, call it what you want. You were evaluated. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely... For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, there are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. But it seems as though you are, or... Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already...
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I think Fugue states are more the trash collection service, CS Municipal.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last. Thank you anyway.
Yes?
The door is closed.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got... Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before... Oh, wonderful. Try to do that. Not until you bring...
Okay. I might have something in my motor carried.
Oh, Lieutenant. We're done here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. As you tap on the gauge,
No, that's enough fun with the foldable.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage. Look,
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning.
honestly, that sounds like an amazing physics demonstration.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out, I took them and arrested him for driving. I don't know, is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they were... No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I could...
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have Yes, the bird's nest Roy.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Hello.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the...
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you?
No one was defrauded or jumped.
Of course.
Thank you. Here's the 100 real you need for your bill. Do not...
The rest is for him, to compensate for the...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Can I help you? Yes, have you? Well? Great, perfect. I hope you... The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, please pay for each night in advance. 20 real per night.
Time stops advancing after 2 in the morning. If you haven't paid for your room by then, it's game over. Don't leave finding money to the last minute, however.
I'll take a room here too.
Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Do I have a shaker in...
It's not a shake.
Am I smiling? Because I'm not...
Play it calm. This man...
Well, you're not...
This is a thoughtful exchange, but...
This is the door to the...
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our right... I have a cigarette every night when I go over my...
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an...
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. Yes, it's been a long and eventful... Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great. It's not my job to evaluate. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So we didn't talk to the Wildlands rep. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice? It's impressive, especially for a man your age. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the... They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartment. Yes, although officers of the RCM's primary role, we can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights from the... As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in the watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to... Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Kourou and Nadalta. The prosecution works off the coalition government. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations. What do they believe in? They are Deloreans. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not.
Something kind, something almost, something like the dark blue, serious.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it does. Do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so.
The dying lights of an aerostatic passes over.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two priests. We run this city. West of the... It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, this... Probably not. Anyway, positive...
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look...
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
The bed is cold, and the sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath, and then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated. Smells of alcohol and it barely covers your toes. A bit tense in the muscle. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases. Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union, your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch.
you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry? Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you... That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings, they were only cramping your descent. You failed, Elysium. Everything. The pale and the useless. On the sun. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. No, you haven't. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time.
Stinky boy.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high. You're trying to what? I can't hear you.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
The bed is still cold. Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have what you mean. Why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world. Of course, you and Speed will be happy. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The faucet is quite terribly. You handle the chain cutters. Told you that you needed the mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe. The door is closed.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union must have turned up. Everything points to the dock workers' union, which may, of course, all be wrong. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly men who drink beer for breakfast. There's talk of an armed wing of the... I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. No, in fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right.
Yeah, street, but aren't you?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think
Just a moment.
She's agitated.
And there's no...
The closest phone booth is down.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see... Please don't trouble yourself about me. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really... The manager was vague.
Why would he be vague about...
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be I was also...
A little missing persons puzzle might...
That's just it. This is... But you have more...
More important than a missing...
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained... But they should have returned by now. They were just going...
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie. It's nothing like Gary's as loyal as they come. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you...
Yes, some left field side.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimate...
That's one opinion, yes.
She's used to playing off such...
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One searching for such species called cryptids is
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline. But you doubt there was ever a time when
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is...
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to...
Oh, well...
The lieutenant pulls...
One other thing. He'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out. And we'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. By a date we hit it off.
She's skipping over some important...
I hope I've been useful.
You're an enthusiastic idiot.
We don't have time for cryptozoology 101.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But...
The lieutenant gives you a sideways...
Well...
Ah, yes. Phasmatodea.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's, hence its name, the Insulindia.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up...
It's not made up of. It's simply elusive. So much so that well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief... Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but they're...
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes...
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists... Not at all. Why else would it... Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweet. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my...
The man ponders his cook. He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know. You see a heavy steel door. The door does...
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering when...
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
No, I am not a gardener. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help? That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will.
She says nothing. Her glare.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. What you want is of no significance, officer. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you.
Goddamn right.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just duck work.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. No one is emotional here. Do your job. Ask your questions. Aggressive.
So
Listen.
Fuck you.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. I don't need privatization peons from a rent-a-cop. Just do your job. Ask your questions, then get aggressive. Listen.
Fuck.
So ask what you came to ask. Get sober. Do your aggressive. Listen.
Fuck you.
So ask what you came to ask. Look, a comedian.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop.
Aggressive. Listen.
Fuck you.
So ask what you... Let's.
Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height window. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No.
This is where you say your bed.
Detective.
Hey, do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
What, is he fucking kidding?
Hey, asshole, up here.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh, this is a...
You're sure taking your
Oh, he was a real pretty boy.
time to go to...
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a...
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first. Connect these, starting from the right. Boots sitting on his right. Across at the other table. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project, and then standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes, size 46. The emblem on his vest in the far corner. Standard working boot, steel reinforced on his neck. Let's call this one the size 41, with the light in the middle, heaving. And in conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs. Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything.
The fuck is with you, fella? The pretty boy. You got...
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out. Yeah. We did this.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone. Do you think you could do that?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
It wasn't a question. This asshole is worse than...
I think you got your...
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all...
How many people have you sent to the...
Chairs electric.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Doesn't remember that.
Ain't no use keeping a stiff cat.
You don't have to keep...
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to...
Known him? Yeah!
Quiet. He came around about...
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for Wild Pines? The shipping company you're striking?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy?
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer...
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary. And he stepped...
What kind of...
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The
A live grenade. Right here.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines.
Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said...
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and...
We couldn't believe it either. But he...
Sire, the tailor. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women. Raped one. Harassed...
From rape to harassment to threats of violence.
To kill us all. If we don't open the gates. If we don't let the scabs in. If we don't bend.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man.
Yeah, me and Eugene got...
There's something... Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned.
No. You're not getting in there.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hanged him up by his neck. Until he got...
Didn't they teach you...
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work...
Titus.
We overpowered him. Drake.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots...
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think?
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar!
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But... Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first. This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, him neither. Mostly...
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing.
Fuck off, Shanky.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you, too, Copper.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of...
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman. What?
It's almost an anthropological...
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand while the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve. There's a knife in there.
Look, Coppers, I know you think you're doing your job here, but there...
That's an Easter 50. A Ziemsk made... Almighty God. Even Dick Mullen only has a 45.
The little guy? You're the little guy now.
So, little guy.
Yeah, little questions.
Nothing. Your investigation?
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't...
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating. Again. About fuck. What are you talking about, man? Or what?
Actually, boss, we've been talking.
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking.
It has to be good.
So let me get this straight.
That's right. You're not cop.
Good. We are all watching each other.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. As you breathe in, the odor comes over. It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you?
They do after 7 days.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is... The material appears to be ceramic, delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're arm.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a classic. It's clearly some manner of super armor or future.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the hill. Fairweather. Fairweather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's piece by piece. He's been out here. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to...
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabulary, for a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security... I agree. This equipment is way beyond...
The pry bar in your hand is itching for some action.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistrib...
Faint, organic lines cover the plates, like whirls of floorboards. The design, if trees were made of porcelain, the smooth, glossy surface. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination.
Good. Can you read?
X5415 674.
That doesn't sound like a serial number. Where's the structure?
True. It didn't have the cadence and logic of a real manufactured.
We have a make and a number. That's something.
The stench.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his head.
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what I said.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like...
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? For a full set of armor, I wouldn't blame you. But these boots are hard...
It's hard to get a read on the lieutenant. What would he do if you stole them? Would he report you?
There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down in...
You're sure there's a way to peel them off? But first, the anticipation makes you crack your fingers.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue...
The pry bar in your... The metal connects, with the only difference is a bill...
Did you hear that? This is a kinetic redistributor. It's...
Faint, like whirls of floorboards. If true, the whirls are in a...
Good.
X5...
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos and extremities. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse. This is a steel-reinforced...
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you?
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the...
Right now, everything seems to fit there. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands.
The cadaver hangs an intricate web of blue lines stretching...
A map of the stars. I do see some similar...
As if someone left out most of the night sky.
So am I.
He wears a wide leather. He takes a thin piece of milled...
A Triggered Sunshine.
Triggered is the world's leading...
Shit, Kuno!
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see street...
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one...
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milled. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. The corpse is dead silent.
Who is he? He is male.
The corpse looks right through you. As you narrow your... This is a trick. You've only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue.
I see it. His neck...
The monster comes back into focus.
So, what do you think? I agree.
His personality...
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes. Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten in...
The victim appears to have contained...
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Malicious laughter. The lieutenant's face is made of stone.
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents...
Stop talking in riddles.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once it's done.
The cadaver slowly...
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique...
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship's strength material. Climb up there and... There has to be a less risky... Someone else?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they help?
Someone already did. You know who can? I know it's hard, but we are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our...
How do you plan to get him down, then? With...
Yeah! Bang bang!
How? Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I...
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
I'll blow his head.
Take it!
Yeah, take...
Silence. And produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A90. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger...
He's gonna fucking...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the...
God damn it.
A lot of things were wrong with that shot. The fellow's desk was...
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun.
No, we are lucky as it is. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. Remain collegial, officer. I have to say, it's big...
You know, you don't feel like too bad.
It's bad as it is. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika!
The cold pig you've held.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno?
The buckle come.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about? Do it! Set me free!
Don't.
Do it! Put it right here, Mulka! Right!
Intense shit, copper.
Fucker waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
Your field of view, the slow move.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
The buckle explodes into with your hand now looking straight at you.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Ace is high.
The Ace is high, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades. You could add an Ace's low to it, if you like, by turning your back after the high and waiting for another. The high arrives with a sharp chill. But then it does, and with furious precision. The lieutenant is not one to leave.
I knew these guys were f***ed.
Kuno cracks with laughter.
I knew they...
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death.
Slumped on the ground like that as not.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilation. Yes, the 4 phases of a murder. I'm satisfied with that part. The 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. This will not be pleasant.
The fuck are they on about?
Cops are gonna cut his shit up next.
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. God, it stinks. No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle an honor and a burden attached to your rank. Mine is lieutenant detective. With shooting like that? Of course you are. Your station would not have assigned you to this case otherwise. In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Clare, the leader of the union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial information says yes.
The rotting man. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, That's right.
The dead man stares in. Above those, an 11-field info form needs.
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there.
KK57.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Next, NA. Next, NA. Roughly.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the. The corpse looks ageless.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and.
We're still going with March 4th. What else? 9. Body identification.
KK57 050.
None. At least not after the initial exam. Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem. Then again, the right lividity is easy to.
Your central nervous system recognizes that.
We should start.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has gone to sleep.
Note, the boot has a hidden which the assistant detective.
It was merely a jest. Horseplay. The impression of you being a total psychopath is wrong.
I fail to see any
Bitches are at it. This.
Tattoos. The upper torso is. The assistant has a color. The deceased has a belt for. Well-nourished, athletically built. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch. When the stench is. There must be brilliantine in there. More hair sticks to the glove. Hair, for a fraction of a second you feel something. What was what? Brilliantine. There's brilliantine in his hair.
Lividity is consistent with hanging.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking mad. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Ligature mark. Still wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters. The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of...
Always good to think ahead. We need to cut the belt.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equal. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, the lieutenant looks by. A really, really bad...
Yeah, fuck!
Told you,
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy. His head, yes.
Snap.
Here. The rope rises to a point, leaving hemorrhaging is observed on the chest is intact. Normal contour.
No! I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable.
The dead man's penis is average sized.
Back is symmetrical and intact. In addition, I see smaller.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item. Hands.
The hand feels heavy.
Hands are clean. No, I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Ooh. That central nervous system. I have nothing.
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer. Good. Musculoskeletal.
With his eyes almost closed, you hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh.
Yeah, Jack!
The hyoid bone is fractured. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions.
No scream. It's hard. Once more, you taste. Inside, you see huge silence as always.
Hemorrhaging present in hepatobiliary. NA. Are you...
Hepato means liver, and nothing in your alcohol-soaked...
Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology, unless you haven't...
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
Like a toxicology screening? Cardiovascular. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Oh, so we inflicted them? Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not.
See? These...
Why don't you
Now, injuries. Head, chest and scalp. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. So, the scalp bleeds from a...
At maximum velocity.
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest.
Right. A dark red abraded ligature mark. I see hemorrhaging on the skin.
Below the note. Think for a moment. There's time.
That's it. We have established cause of death. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this well. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. I need a copy of that autopsy for processing.
You tilt your head. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny. A killer. A motherfucker. Go ahead, Cobbo. What do you mean? It's the power of you mad. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. Because you're a copper. You're lost, Coppo Dope. Because here you go, you loony. Because coming right up, Copper Rooney. What do you mean? Ask me more questions. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you don't. Fuck no. Between you and me, you might be onto something there. Fuck no. Listen to yourself. You're not a Raphael anything. You're probably just... You can be anything you want. Brother Coppo. Fuck no. Listen to yourself. Good for you. Because you have. Love did me in, Brother Coppo. It was love all along. Love did me in, Brother Coppo. Huh? You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed.
You really need to learn the difference, buddy. This is embarrassing.
Sure, Loeb. Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? I am all you have. Then you truly lost. Sure, Loeb. Looking at my face. Ha!
The clown lips on the corpse. Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest.
Sure, looking at my... You're a lying sack of... Sure, looking at my... Ha!
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest. And it's almost here.
Do I remind you?
A child born with Muller's disease, Harlequinism, grown up, miraculous.
No, not quite. Be fair. There you go.
Feeling nausea.
Do I remind?
A child born with Muller's disease.
You sure I got out of that? Do I remind?
A child born.
Sure right. Do I remind?
A child born.
No, not quite. There you go.
Feeling nausea. Vomiting.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners.
I thought we decided to leave it to press.
Damn it. Okay, so you can sneak out of your room, maybe.
Okay, I need a little help for carrying.
There go those... Oh, well, in another lifetime.
Continue working here. The locals, the case, or attend to your own business. I will meet you downstairs in the Whirling in Rags tomorrow morning, 7:30 sharp.
This means Lieutenant Kisuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You're free to do side tasks, and even the main... If you have nothing to do, read books or sit on the bench on the